issues that we had to sort, but we're ready to get the 50th annual general meeting underway. We, the Islamic Students Movement of Trinity College, Kandy, warmly welcome you all to the 50th annual general meeting. Father Principal, members of the CEC, our chief guest, Mr. Hari Soma, our guest of honor, Mr. Wazir Mukhtar, the Islamic Majlises and its invited schools and their teachers, teachers of the Trinity College Islamic Students Movement, parents, members of invited schools, and my fellow brothers and sisters in Islam. To start off today's proceedings, I kindly invite Master M.R. Ishkulla to deliver the Kirat and the translation.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. ألم نشرح لك صدرك ووضعنا عنك وزرك الذي أنقض ظهرك ورفعنا لك ذكرك فإن مع العسر يسرا إن مع العسر يسرا فإذا فرغت فانصب وإلى ربك فارغب. In the name of Allah, the most gracious, the most merciful. Have we not opened for you your breast, and we removed from you your burden, which had weighed down your back, and we exalted for you your renown? So indeed, there will be hardship. Along with hardship, there will be ease. So indeed, along with hardship, there will be ease. So when you have finished your duties, stand up for worship. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Please be seated.
Jazakallahu khairan. An event of this caliber would not be possible without the hard work, the long hours put in by a very few individuals who have worked really hard to ensure that this 50th AGM is what it is. The committee for the year 2021, it's time now to enjoy the introductory and committee video.
Allah will not be merciful to those who are not merciful to mankind. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. I'm delighted, privileged, and honored to welcome all of you to the 50th Annual General Meeting of the Islamic Students Movement of Trinity College, Kandy. Welcoming our principal, Reverend Father Aliya Jayasundara, the chaplain, Reverend Father Shelton Samadhanam, Vice Principal, Mr. Krishantan Antonidas, the Co-Vice Principal, Mr. A.S. Marasingha, Master in Charge, Sheikh M.J.M. Sufian, members of the staff, all boys, parents, and the invited schools. A warm welcome also goes out to our guests of honor, Mr. Wazir Mukhtar, and the chief guest for this evening, Mr. Haris Umar, for marking their presence here today. I'm Ayash Riyad, extremely honored to be given this opportunity to address the gathering as the president of the Islamic Students Movement for the year 2021. I'm honored and elated to be part of such a prestigious movement that has a long and illustrious history dating back to 1970. The history that has now created the path for our school's Muslim students to pursue their religious activities while keeping with our college's traditions and beliefs. As we look back over the past 50 years of the Islamic Students Movement, we can see how the endless services provided by many prominent old boys and dignitaries up until the present that has built this movement up to the point where we can guide our fellow brothers towards the limelight of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. A special thanks goes out to Mr. Shazir Mukhtar and Mr. Hizni Halim. The rich 50-year history has paved the path for the annual general meeting to be designated as the year's golden jubilee, where we can confirm that the students' future will be filled with better days as they progress towards the Islamic teaching. After having had COVID take a toll on us, leaving each and every student with dejection mentally and physically, it feels spiffing to be back after 2 years to share this magnificence of our Islamic faith within the movement. And for this evening's opportunity to showcase the inborn talents of our fellow students, contributing to the Islamic Students Movement has been a difficult stone to turn as we cope with the unplanned situations that keep coming our way. But Alhamdulillah, with Allah's grace and guidance, we as a committee have managed to collectively uplift our Islamic Students Movement and stay true to our responsibility, assisting us in navigating the pandemic and thus allowing us to reach our full potential. A variety of events that have occurred inside the Islamic Students Movement have paved the path for the movement to reach greater heights, just as our seniors have left no stone unturned in trying to ensure the success of the annual general meeting in the previous years. Numerous charitable initiatives, iftar ceremonies, inter-school competitions, inner-school competitions that took place here are a significant contribution and a major reach that helped us to reach towards the vision and the mission of the movement. Similarly, the iftar ceremony we organized was significant because we were able to reach out to an underprivileged community in Kandy that greatly appreciated our contribution to one another during the blessed month of Ramadan. The joy that was spread amongst all of us now urges us to participate in many more charitable acts. Since I near my end of my presidency, I'd like to express my sincere appreciation to the school administration, to the master in charge, Mr. Sufian, the Muslim teachers, and my fellow committee members for lending their constant support as I hope to make this evening memorable. I wish you a wonderful evening and a blessed day, inshallah. Jazakallahu khair, respect FM.
Jazakallah khairan, Ayash, for that address. It's time now to hear a few words from a man who guided us right throughout our journey on trotting along the right path. Please welcome on stage our master in charge, our Sheikh M.J.M. Sufian. Please give him a round of applause.
Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen. Alhamdulillah alladhi hadana li hadha wa ma kunna linahtadiya lawla an hadana Allah. Wassalatu wassalamu ala Sayyidina Muhammadin wa ala alihi wa ashabihi ajma'in. Amma ba'd. Faqad qala Allah ta'ala fi Furqanil Majid ba'da a'udhu billahi minash shaitanir rajim. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. وَأْمُرْ أَهْلَكَ بِالصَّلَاةِ وَاصْطَبِرْ عَلَيْهَا لَا نَسْأَلُكَ رِزْقًا نَحْنُ نَرْزُقُكُمْ وَقَالَ عِيلًا نَحْنُ نَرْزُقُكُمْ وَإِيَّاهُمْ وَقَالَ عِيلًا وَإِن تَعُدُّوا نِعْمَةَ اللَّهِ لَا تُحْصُوهَا صدق الله مولانا العليم. وقال نبينا صلى الله عليه وسلم لو أنكم توكلون حق توكله كرزقكم الله لرزقكم كما يرزق الطير تغدو ختاما وتروح بتانا أو كما قال عليه الصلاة والسلام. First of all, I would like to welcome all of you at this great moment with the greeting of Islam. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. The chief guest, Mr. Haris Omar, the guest of honor, Mr. Wazir Mukhtar, the chaplain, Father Sultan Samadhanam, the principal, Reverend Father Araliya Jayasundara, Vice Principal, Mr. Krishantan Anthony Das, Co-Vice Principal, Mr. A.S. Marasinghe, and our POG, Mr. Shane De Silva. Headmisters, members of staff, all boys, sponsor for today's event, teachers, and students from invited school, parents, well-wishers, and my dear students. I am extremely delighted that the Islamic student movement of Trinity College is celebrating its 50th years as a prestigious moment at college for the year 2022. I pray Almighty Allah that this movement will strive and achieve the great heights molding our students in non-secular education and religious values. I am grateful to our principal, vice principal, and co-vice principal for the enormous support they have extended to us throughout. We have actively taken part in our weekly religious meetings, Friday prayers, inter-school and inner-school competitions such as quiz, essay, oratory, debate, qasida, and other programs. College also has granted us permission to print our own magazine annually. It is with immense pleasure that we should value unique to opportunities provided at college, and it is the responsibility of each student to safeguard these privileges. It is not our belief to teach Islam through books alone, from the broader world and putting them into practice. In general, the success of the students' community largely depends on their conduct and discipline. At this juncture, I would like to certainly emphasize on the discipline, a topic Islam too specifically mentions about it. It is every parent's duty to see that their children are punctual and maintaining regular attendance. We should be vigilant about their daily activities. We are extremely thankful to the school authority for giving us the opportunity to attend Jummah prayers despite being Christian missionary school. My sincere thanks goes out to our chief guest of this evening, Mr. Haris Omar, and the guest of honor, Mr. Wazir Mukhtar, and our chaplain, Father Principal, Vice Principal, and Co-Vice Principal, who have taken their time off to be present with us and encourage our boys. Finally, I thank everyone responsible for organizing this event. I hope all of you have a pleasure event. தொடர்ந்து எனது உரையை சற்று தமிழில் ஒரு இடத்திலே ஒரு மெசேஜை கொடுப்பதற்காக நான் உரையாடுவது சற்று சிறந்தது என நினைக்கின்றேன். ஆம், ஆரம்பத்திலே நான் ஓதியது போன்ற அந்த அல் குர்ஆனுடைய வசனங்கள் இன்றைய காலகட்டத்திலே எமது ஈமானை எவ்வாறு நாங்கள் பலப்படுத்திக் கொள்ள வேண்டும் என்பதை பற்றியா? அல்லாஹ் ஜல்ல ஷானஹு வ தஆலா குர்ஆனிலே ஒரு இடங்கள் அல்ல பல இடங்களிலே சொல்லி காட்டுகின்றான், நஹ்னு நர்சுகுக்கும் வ இய்யாஹும். இன்றைய இந்த காலகட்டம், இந்த நாட்டினுடைய நிலைமை, அதே நேரத்திலே முஸ்லீம்களுடைய வீழ்ச்சி, இவ்வாறான பல சந்தர்ப்பங்களை நாங்கள் சீர்தூக்கி பார்க்கும் பொழுது நிச்சயமாக எங்களுக்கு ரிஸ்க் தருகின்றவன் அல்லாஹ் என்பதை நாங்கள் முதலில் விளங்கிக் கொள்ள வேண்டும். அல்லாஹ் குர்ஆனிலே பல இடங்களிலே சொல்லுகின்றான், ரிஸ்கை தரும் பொழுது உணவு விஸ்தீர்ணத்தை பற்றி சொல்லுகின்றான். நஹ்னு நர்சுக்குக்கும், நாங்கள் உங்களிடத்திலே ரிஸ்கை கேட்கவில்லை, நஹ்னு நர்சுக்குக்கும், உங்களுக்கும் நாங்கள் ரிஸ்க் தருகின்றோம். அதே நேரத்திலே உங்களுடைய வயிற்றிலே இருக்கக்கூடிய பிள்ளைகளுக்கும் நாங்கள் தான் ரிஸ்க் கொடுக்கின்றோம். இன்றைய காலகட்டம் எமது ஈமான் மிகவும் பலவீனமான ஒரு நிலையிலே நாங்கள் ரிஸ்கை தேடி அலைகின்றோம். அதற்காக நாங்கள் ரிஸ்குகளை, எங்களுடைய உணவுப் பொருட்களை சேமிப்பதிலே நாங்கள் முண்டியெடுத்துக் கொண்டிருக்கின்றோம். ஆனால் அல்லாஹ் குர்ஆனிலே சொல்லிவிட்டான், எங்களை படைக்கும் போதவே சொல்லிவிட்டான், உங்களுக்கு ரிஸ்க் தருவது என்னுடைய பொறுப்பு, நாங்கள் தான் உங்களுக்கு ரிஸ்க் தருகின்றோம், உங்களிடத்தில் நாங்கள் ரிஸ்க் கேட்கவில்லை, மாறாக உங்கள் வயிற்றிலே இருக்கக்கூடிய குழந்தைகளுக்கும் நாங்களே ரிஸ்க் தருகின்றோம் என்று அல்லாஹ் ஜல்ல ஷானஹு வ தஆலா புனித குர்ஆனிலே கூறுகின்றார். அது மட்டுமல்ல, நபிகள் நாயகம் ஸல்லல்லாஹு அலைஹி வஸல்லம் பல இடங்களிலே பல ஹதீஸ்களிலே பலவாறு சொல்லி இருக்கின்றார்கள். அதே நேரத்திலே ஒரு ஹதீஸிலே அவர்கள் குறிப்பிட்டு சொன்னார்கள், மனிதர்களுக்கு அல்லாஹ் ஜல்ல ஷானஹு வ தஆலா எவ்வாறு ரிஸ்க் கொடுப்பான் என்றால், லவ் அன்னக்கும் தவக்கலூன ஹக்க தவக்குலிஹி, நீங்கள் அனைவரும் நிச்சயமாக அல்லாஹ் மீது நீங்கள் நம்பிக்கை வைப்பீர்கள் என்றால் அல்லாஹ் எந்த அளவுக்கு உங்களுக்கு ரிஸ்க் தருவான் என்றால், ஒரு பறவைக்கு எவ்வாறு அல்லாஹ் ரிஸ்க் கொடுப்பானோ அதை விட அழகாக உங்களுக்கு நாங்கள் ரிஸ்கை கொண்டு வந்து சேர்ப்போம். இப்பொழுது பறவைக்கு எப்படி ரிஸ்க் கொடுக்கின்றான் என்றதை கேட்கும்போது நபி அவர்கள் ஸல்லல்லாஹு அலைஹி வஸல்லம் அவர்கள் தனது ஹதீஸிலே அழகாக சொல்லி காட்டினார்கள், ஒரு பறவை காலையிலே வெறும் வயிற்றோடு பறந்து செல்கின்றது, மாலையிலே அது தனது கூட்டுக்கு வரும் பொழுது வயிறை நிரப்பிக் கொண்டு வருகின்றது. இதை அல்லாஹ் ஜல்ல ஷானஹு வ தஆலா உவமானம் காட்டி நபிகள் நாயகம் ஸல்லல்லாஹு அலைஹி வஸல்லம் அவர்கள் இந்த ஹதீஸ்ல எங்களுக்கு தெளிவுறுத்தி காட்டினார்கள். இதிலிருந்து நாம் என்ன விளங்குகின்றோம்? நிச்சயமாக இந்த காலகட்டத்தில் எங்களுடைய ஈமான் எந்த அளவு எங்களுடன் இருக்க வேண்டும், நாங்கள் ஈமானை விட்டு எந்த அளவுக்கு நாங்கள் தூரமாகுவோமோ அந்த அளவுக்கு நம்பிக்கையும் தவக்கலும் எங்களிடத்தில் இல்லாமல் போகும்பொழுது நிச்சயமாக எமது ஈமான் பாதிப்படையும். இறுதியாக எங்களுடைய மாணவர்களை பற்றி அல்லது எங்களுடைய பேரண்ட்ஸ்களை பற்றி சொல்லும் பொழுது குர்ஆனும் ஹதீஸும் முக்கியத்துவம் கொடுக்கின்றது கல்விக்கு. சூரா எத்தனை எடுத்துக்கொண்டாலும் ஆரம்பமாக இறங்கப்பட்ட அந்த வஹீயுடைய பரக்கத் இக்ரா, நீங்கள் படிப்பீராக, ஓதுவீராக, வாசிப்பீராக என்று இஸ்லாம் எங்களுக்கு அழகாக கல்வியுடைய மகிமை பற்றி சொல்லிக் கொண்டிருக்கிறது. இன்னொரு இடத்திலே கல்வியுடைய மகிமை பற்றி சொல்லும் பொழுது நாங்கள் இன்று பொதுவாக நோக்குகின்றோம், உலகத்திலே தாய் தந்தையர்கள் இல்லாதவர்கள் தான் அனாதை என்று நாங்கள் சொல்வதை கேள்விப்பட்டிருக்கின்றோம். எந்த இடத்திலே யார் யாருக்கெல்லாம் தாய் தந்தையர்கள் இல்லையோ அவர்களை அனாதை என்று சொல்ல. ஆனால் இஸ்லாம் தாய் தந்தையர்கள் இல்லாதவர்களை அனாதை என்று சொல்லுவதில்லை. ஒரு அரபு கவிதை சொல்லுகின்றது, இன்னல் யதீமல்லதி கதுமாத வாலிதுஹு இன்னல் யதீமுல்லதி பிலா இல்மின் வலா அதபின். யாருக்கு ஒழுக்கம் இல்லையோ, எந்த மாணவனுக்கு ஒழுக்கம் இல்லையோ, எந்த மாணவனுக்கு கல்வி இல்லையோ அவன்தான் அனாதை என்று எங்களுக்கு இஸ்லாம் சொல்லித் தருகின்றது. எனவே தயவு செய்து இங்கு வந்திருக்கக்கூடிய பெற்றார்கள் அனைவரும் தங்களுடைய கல்வி விடயங்களிலும் ஒழுக்க விடயங்களிலும் கூடிய கவனம் செலுத்துவீர்கள் என்ற இந்த செய்தியை உங்களுக்கு விட்டவனாக நான் விடைபெறுகின்றேன். வாஹிர தவானா அல்ஹம்துலில்லாஹி ரப்பில் ஆலமீன். அஸ்ஸலாமு அலைக்கும் வரஹ்மத்துல்லாஹி வபரகாத்துஹு.
ஜஸாக்கல்லாஹ். Jazakallah khairan, sir. Apologies for that. We were changing mode of power supply there. Moving on with today's proceedings. For any college event to have any kind of success, a huge amount of backing from authorities is absolutely essential. Such events such as the AGM, and for this matter, the 50th annual general meeting, this would not have been possible without the backing of the college administration. We now invite our Father Principal, Reverend Father Araliya Jayasundara, to address you all.
Our chief guest this afternoon, Mr. Haris Omar, the guest of honor, Mr. Wazim Mukhtar, the vice principals, members of the tutorial staff, Father Chaplain, the committee members of the Islamic student movement, dignitaries from visiting schools, my dear students, ladies and gentlemen. I am simply honored to be a part of this celebration because I missed this celebration last year because of the global pandemic. And even after repeated postponements, we were able to celebrate this unique Trinity event after the blessed month of Ramadan. One of the earliest books I was introduced to during my academic beginnings was the famous Clash of the Civilizations by Samuel Huntington. And from that point onwards, I have sought opportunities to prove Huntington's thesis wrong. And Trinity has always been one great clear example that there is no clash between civilizations, but there is only unity. For us at Trinity, diversity not only matters, we value diversity. And as we celebrate the Golden Jubilee of the Islamic student movement, I am absolutely thrilled to see Haris with us. We have a history together in school. Haris was 1 year senior to me, my mentor in the School Officers Guild. He may not remember those experiences. For us, Haris was a role model. Even today, I still believe Mr. Haris Omar is one of the most underestimated characters in Trinity history. He was a thrill to watch as a rugby player, a leader, and a model student. And Haris, we are so honored and glad to have you with us, celebrating the 50th anniversary of the Islamic student movement, of which Haris was the president when they celebrated the 25th year. I think, if my memory serves me well, it was the Holy Prophet Muhammad, may peace be upon him, who said, "The greatest human being is the greatest in virtue." The ultimate aim of all these celebrations is for us to form a virtuous human being. At Trinity, everything is about cultivating virtue in the students that are exposed to this culture. I'm proud to say that very rarely, it's a non-existent, that we look at individuals based on our religious affiliations. We value religion as an instrument that forms the character. Today we live in a world, religion has divided us. Maybe that's why a person like Huntington proposed the thesis that there is an impending clash of civilizations. But as I mentioned in my speech right at the very outset, for us it's a journey together. Every belief, every culture, every worldview contributes to the beauty of this tapestry called Trinity College. And it is a challenge of these present Trinitians to value that. Because we are exposed to many different trends, trends based on utility, trends based on political narratives. But for us, it is appreciating who we are and respecting the significant other. So, dear friends, as we celebrate this golden jubilee of the Islamic student movement, may I congratulate the Master in Charge. I know I have been a bit critical with regard to certain matters, but all in good spirits. May I congratulate the organizing team and especially thank the organizing team for inviting individuals, Trinitians of the caliber of Mr. Haris Oma and Mr. Wasim Mukhtar and all the other past Trinitians who have gathered this evening to celebrate this meaningful spiritual occasion of the annual general meeting of the Islamic student movement. Respect FNM.
Thank you very much, Father Principal, for your words, for your kind words. Father, if you could felicitate us with awarding the inner school competition awards to our boys, that would be great. Inner School Competitions 2022. Oratory English, Junior category. Third place, Faik Fazil. Second place, Imran Ikram. And in first place, A. Abu Bakr. Oratory English Intermediate category. Third place, I. Ishaq and M. A. Rifai. In second place, M. R. Abdur Rahman. And in first place, M. D. M. Arham. The senior category of the English oratory competitions. In first place, we have Master M. A. Zafarullah. Oratory Tamil. Junior category, first place, F. A. Asjad Ahmed. Senior category, second place, A. Amhar. And first place, F. A. Asas Ahmed. Kirat, junior category. In third place, S. S. Hisham and M. Mahdi. Second place, R. M. Shazni. And in first place of the junior Kirat competition, R. M. M. Usman. Kirat competition's intermediate category. In third place, M.R. Marzoukdin. And in second place, S.M. Suhail. And in first place, R.M. Shabit Hassan. Senior category of the Kirat competition, we have two third places, F.M. Yaqub and Mohammad Yusuf. Second place, R.M. Raihan. And in first place of the senior Kirat competitions, we have A. Amhar. Thank you, Father Principal, in felicitating with the award ceremony. We now proceed to the Qasida. Give us a few moments until our boys get ready with their performance. Until then, you will have a little bit of music playing for you. Jazakallah khairan. Jazakallah khairan. Ladies and gentlemen, now we have a qasida for you. It's the boys from the ISM from grades 8 and 9 here to perform for you their rendition of Maulaya and a mashup of a couple of nasheeds as well. Give it up for them, ladies and gentlemen.
النبي تباسم اللهم صل عليه قلبي المتيم كلما صلى عليك وسلم ذاك السادة مغرما يا سيدي يا محمد صل عليه شفيع الأمة بذكر الرسول تشهد الحمة يا ربي بجاه النبي عزيز الأمة.
And my dear fellow Trinityans, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu, and a good evening to all of y'all. My dear fellow Trinityans, it's almost after 23 years that I am standing here on this stage, and it indeed is nostalgic. I'm delighted to be here today. Thank you, Mr. President, and the committee for inviting me to this momentous occasion. My heartiest congratulations to the President of the Islamic Students Movement and his committee in celebrating 50 years of the Islamic Students Movement, AGM, especially when Trinity celebrates 150 years of education to this nation. We live in an era where unity among religions, races, communities is much to be desired across the world. As a country, we suffered 3 decades of war, followed by another decade of civil disharmony. At the root of all this evil lies one fundamental issue: intolerance. And intolerance stems from lack of empathy and respect towards one another's religious beliefs. Even though the Islamic student movement was formally established only 5 decades ago, the founding fathers of Trinity inculcated religious tolerance and a multicultural learning environment alongside Christian values a good 100 years earlier. Generations after generations have benefited from this broad-minded education framework and have gone on to play vital roles in uniting all walks in this country. My dear young Trinitians, in an age where the need of the hour is for young people is to step up and unite the world, you have a greater part to play. Your Trinity education is one that has instilled values in you that could heal the world. Society looks up to Trinitians, young and old, to lead by example. Never shy away from that responsibility of yours. As a Muslim, you are also religion bound to treat humanity with respect. Islam teaches that human beings are born in a state of purity, as well as with a natural moral sense that enable one to differentiate between what is good and what is not. Prophets of God were sent to humanity to perfect good conduct, to bring to fruition the seeds of virtue that reside in the original human nature. The Quran praises those who choose to sharpen their moral sense and meantime it condemns those who choose immorality and inhuman conduct. Each individual is accountable to God for the path he or she chooses. All the teachings of Islam are based on two basic principles. The worship of God and service of mankind. Without putting both these principles into practice, there can be no true fulfillment of one's religious belief and duties. Beloved Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam has emphasized that the most beloved people to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala are those who help and benefit others the most. And during another situation, he has clearly stated that Allah is merciful towards those who are merciful among his servants. I therefore urge each one of you, stand your moral obligations and act according to your conscience, value instilled in you and religious teachings of tolerance and service to humanity. Finally, as a young adult, each one of you is duty bound to help build a civilized society. Building it starts from you with civic duties and being accountable for your actions. The preservation of social order depends on each and every member of the society freely adhering to the same moral principles and practices. Collective morality is expressed clearly in the Quran, Holy Quran, in such terms as equality, justice, fairness, brotherhood, mercy, compassion, solidarity, and especially freedom of choice. You as future leaders, my dear fellow Trinitians, you are responsible for the applications of these principles and are accountable to God and man for their administration. May you live by our Islamic principles and lead with your Trinity education. Rest peace, Finam. Thank you very much.
Jazakallah khairan, sir, for your words of wisdom. We now move into a refreshment break. The boys of the ISM will felicitate this and will distribute the food packs amongst the audience. And after which we have a lot planned for you. So there's a lot to stay eager for and to await a lot of exciting events that are to unfold. Right now, be the refreshment break. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we are back with the rest of the AGM. We now have a very exciting performance, a performance that has been a tradition for quite some time of the annual general meeting. We now have a drama performed by the grade 13 batch, the 2022 grade 13 batch, for you about something that would help you to enlighten your life and give you a little bit of knowledge about the religion of Islam. Now I invite the grade 13 batch to entertain you all with their drama. Give it up for them, ladies and gentlemen.
Nice.
Yo, nice.
Finally did it. Okay. Now all to do is upload it.
Upload it soon, bro.
Wait, bro. These days no current, no. You have to wait.
Yeah.
No Wi-Fi. So you have to wait. Mobile data is also slow. Okay. And uploaded. ඔක්කොම හරි කොල්ලෝ සමාජෙත් එනවා ඔක්කොම ගොඩ
Abu, Nakia, no?
Mahan.
Oh.
Luar tol nih galala.
Sari no time ideliya.
Enna Mahan. Ini 10 నిమిషం nahi ki kalah.
Sari no ranji usa tolu.
Then time is apa ni? Pongale.
Pongale.
Allah alam. 10 నిమిషం nahi ki takkun tollu mudi galala.
Sari. Pongale.
Abu.
Ini filter lasana ini.
Seperti ni.
Ini filter damut. Start.
Ya.
Udah make improvise kira. Set tunna.
Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar.
Ini kan set lah ni bro.
Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar.
Hari-hari.
Ashhadu an la ilaha illallah.
Hari ada set tunna.
Mahan.
Oh.
Tol nih galala.
Ini time ideliya.
Enna Mahan enna paathrikkin phone level neram.
TikTok ta ini.
Allah alam. Paanga ketun theriya TikTok ka.
Solta.
Maru ennatha.
Sari no konja toluru.
இந்த லோகத்துல இருந்தா தானே அல்லாஹ் ஆலம் இந்த காலத்து பிள்ளைகளுக்கு ஒன்றும் விளங்குறல்ல அல்லாஹ் என்ன இருந்தாலும் அந்த வசந்த இஸ்லாம் சார் இந்த
Ayo.
அப்படி சொல்லவான் நல்ல மனுஷன் என்ன செய்ய அவரும் பேர் சேர்ந்துட்டார் நல்ல மனுஷன்
Hari.
Yo, honey singer.
Assalamualaikum uncle.
Aduh, tadi ya? Macam boleh.
Suruh. Nak ada?
Dega.
Hosso. Are එතන දොර දින. බෑ එහෙම ගියොත් පල්ලිය සෙට්. බෑ.
කොහේ ගියත් බයික් කරනවා.
So what's happening guys?
Nothing much bro. දන්නානේ හබීබි මේ කාලේ full TikTok හදනවා මොනවත් නැහැ කරන්නත්. දැන්
දැන් TikTok වල followers උත් වැඩි. නාමල් බබාට වඩා මුඩින් උත් ඉන්නවා followers.
scene එක.
Yo, look at that guy. He's always flirting with girls.
always flirting with sister, bro.
It's just a video, bro. So what's up, guys?
Nothing much, bro. You only have to say.
No, we were on our way to a party. You'll all join us?
How much is that?
Just 3,000 rupees back.
That's too
ආ
much,
යාගේ
bro.
සේනපුත් එනවා.
Zainab එනලු. තාත්තේ boss. Zainab කිව්වම මට සල්ලි නේ.
Young ne.
මචං මෙහෙම දෙන්නේ සරමත් එක්ක. අරන් එපා.
අපි ඔයගොල්ලෝ එන්නා කියලා දන්නෙත් නැහැ. ඒත් ready.
එච්චරයි.
දන්නානේ bro.
අම්මට සිරි.
Nasty.
කොහොම ඉන්න ඕනේ?
එවනා අපි ගියා. Let's go.
Guys. Parties are haram.
Just get out of here, bro. ఇది haram. Kudu kuradi
Get away,
fatwa.
man.
අයියෝ තාට රෙන්න එපා.
மகன் எங்கே போகிறீங்க அசர தோண்டுட்டு போங்களே
තාත්තා මොකද charter ගන්න එපා.
அல்லா மகன் நீங்கள் சரி தோண்டுட்டு போங்களே மகன்
පෙයිතත් තොල.
அல்லா
තාත්තා.
Guys, call someone.
තාත්තා මගේ තාත්තා හරිලා.
නෑ මැරිලා නෑ නං.
Call someone.
මැරිලා නෑ ඔයි.
Take him to hospital. Take him to hospital.
යන්.
Oi, bro.
ඔය විනාඩි 5ක්. ඔය යන් පාටි එකට ඉක්මනට.
அட இது எதுக்குடா கொண்டு வந்து
ஆபரேஷன் பண்ணலையா?
இதுல ஆபரேஷனா சுபான்லா
Don't worry, boss. Don't worry.
ஃபாஸ்ட் நானா தா அக்கன் தா அடே உன்னோட ஆப்பா எங்க வேலை செஞ்ச டக்குன்னு தாங்கவா இங்க ஒருத்த உயிர் போராடி நிற்கிறார் விஷயத்துக்கு இதுவும் தெரியாது. டா என்னைய சொல்லி தருவானா? நான் அக்குரன் MBBS சரியா? Apple பத்த ஜோஃபர் மாதிரி பிஹேவ் பண்ணுவானு சரியா? இங்க எல்லாம் டீசென்ட் பீப்பிள். ஓகே? தாத்தா மருகையா கோவிந்தா கோவிந்தா
Doctor, doctor, doctor.
யார் நீ?
Doctor, தாத்தா doctor.
son, I am really sorry son.
Doctor, செல்லிடாலுங்க doctor.
அடே லைன் மறந்துட்டேடா. அடே லைன் மறந்துட்டு. சரிங்க வா கொஞ்சம். ஐயோ. Dear son, I am really sorry. வாப்பா போயிட்டார் மேல.
Doctor.
It's all in Allah's hand. I'm really sorry.
Don't worry, boys. Don't worry. Don't worry. Don't worry, boys. Don't worry, boys. Don't worry. Don't worry.
தாத்தே.
Don't worry, boys. Don't worry. Don't worry.
டேடா.
Don't worry. Don't worry. Don't worry.
தாத்தே.
Ya Allah.
டேடா.
I know they've sinned, but please cure their father, Ya Allah. Please help them go on the right path. Please, please cure their father, Ya Allah. Please cure them.
Yes. Oi, doctor. Yes, doctor. 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 Doctor.
Please go.
Doctor. Doctor.
என்னடா அது? கனி கனி.
Doctor, what
You have
happened?
to do operation. I will let you know. I will let you know.
Boys, the doctor said that there is hope. The doctor said that is all in Allah, all in Allah's hands. You all don't worry. You all pray and ask for dua. Inshallah, Allah will cure your father. It's all in Allah's hands, boys. I'll take care of the financial aspect of this surgery. You all ask for dua, boys. Don't worry. It'll all be fine, boys. Don't worry. Don't worry, boys. Don't worry.
දැන් අඬලා වැඩක් නැහැ. කරන දේ කරලත් ඉවරයි. දුවා විතරයි ඉල්ලන්න පුළුවන්. ඒ කාර්යය හරියට කරමු. Ya Allah, forgive our father. Forgive us. Forgive us our sin.
Amin.
Ya Allah. Forgive our father. Give him good health, Ya Allah.
Amin.
Give him good health, Ya Allah. Give him good health.
Amin.
Ya Allah. Give him good health, Ya Allah. Forgive us, Ya Allah.
Amin.
Mashallah, mashallah, mashallah. Alhamdulillah, alhamdulillah.
Doctor. Doctor.
Doctor.
தாத்தா. தாத்தா.
Son, don't worry. He's all right. He's all right. You can go see him. Yeah, he's all right.
ඇත්තටද?
Trip ලීගිරේ සෙයිඩා. போய் பாரு.
டேடா. டேடா. මාව දන්නවද?
මාව මතකද? දැස්සරලා බලන්න. තොප්පිය පොඩ්ඩක් හරියන්න.
ඩෙඩා, sorry ඩෙඩා.
ඔයා ප්‍රේ කරන්න කිව්වම අපි හිතුවා ඔයා ඉතින් කියන එක කියලා. අපි ඉතින් ගණන් ගත්තේ නෑ. දැන් තේරුණා ඇයි කියලා කියලා. Death can reach us any moment. ඒක අපිට තේරුන්නේ නෑ ඒ කාලේ. දැන් හරි තේරුණා. සමාවෙන්න ඩෙඩා අපි.
சமான் டேடா.
எப்பயும் போய் தானே சொல்றானு. என்ன இருந்தாலும் மகன் அல்லாஹ் உங்களுக்கு இவ்வளோ தந்தீரான். நீங்கள் அல்லாஹ்க்கு சுக்குர் செய்யணும். என்ன இருந்தாலும் என்ன கஷ்டம் நஷ்டம் வந்தாலும் நாங்கள் அல்லாஹ் கிட்ட தான் நேர்ந்தணும். வாங்க மகனர்.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu, ladies and gentlemen. As you can see, the drama we've depicted for you today may have been humorous, but not up to the level of professionalism you would expect it to be. In our defense, it was scripted and practiced in a span of just 2 days. But the message we wanted to portray through this was that no matter what, your parents always mean the best for you, and they want you to always go on the right path. Secondly, your friends might not always be who they seem to be, and they might not always be around at times of need. But no matter what, Allah is with you through every step of your life. Acknowledge His presence and thank Him for all His blessings, because regardless of the amount you've sinned, Allah is willing to forgive you and stand with you when you need Him the most. Jazakallahu khair.
like එකක් දාන්න.
We now move to a part of the agenda that I have been personally waiting for, eagerly waiting for, to hear what this man has to say to all of us. Our chief guest for today's AGM, Mr. Haris Omar, is a multi-talented individual. The 1995 rugby captain, rugby lion of Trinity College, Kandy, and he later went on to represent Sri Lanka and captain Sri Lanka in rugby as well. He was the president of the Islamic students movement of Trinity College, Kandy in the year 1993. And he was a key figure in ensuring the stability of the movement back then. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for our chief guest and personally one of my biggest role models, Mr. Haris Omar.
The principal of Trinity College, the leadership of the school, the guest of honor, my beloved wife, who has already, for the first time in her life, come to Trinity, fellow Trinitians, parents, students, and well-wishers from different schools, different movements. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Well, I reflect 25 years, and I am grateful that the gentleman who wrote my speech 25 years ago, and at the same time the family who was like a strong pillar of my growth, is today present over here, Mr. Aftab Jamil, and the Kampiya itself, the next generation who basically was the Kampiya. So what a momentous moment apart from coming back to Trinity. Well, let me reflect not merely on the fact of me as the president or a former president 25 years ago at the Islamic students movement, but reflect to you what Trinity was for me and my family. I believe, thanks to my paternal grandmother, who very craftfully refused to keep me at her residence, ended up that my father was told by my grandmother to basically put me in the hostel. So on the second term of 1983, I believe, I walked into the matron's dormitory, and from that point onwards, I basically lived my entire life at Trinity until the last few years that I was molded from a great family as well. So, I think what is important at this juncture in our lives is that it is not our identity our religious identity, or who we are. But I believe it is beyond that. It is how we religiously live our life. Religiously living does not mean it is constrained to a particular belief or a faith, but is a set of disciplines that we build our lives with. From the age of 5, as a Muslim, we would call ourselves, just before we have our meals, we would say, Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. But from the age of 5, there used to be a bell that you'll ring, and all the students used to stand at ease. And the matron, long years ago, Mrs. Bolton, used to say, for what we are about to receive, may the Lord be praised. And then we all sit, and then we eat. And at that moment, we were just 5 years. There was a particular table that used to, this particular table, no student ate until the matron comes round and stands in front of us. At that moment, she would come and say, on your marks, get set, ready, and go. And then we eat. And there used to be a fork and spoon, and by any chance, if I or anybody gets our hand knocked on the other person, there used to be a small cane that you'd go and tap ourselves to say, get your hands proper. This was at the age of 5. And every day, after every meal, there's a winner and a loser. And it is defined by who does not leave a single grain of rice. This was the discipline. I'm grateful to my parents as well that these fundamentals were very, very clearly put in our heads. Being in the corporate world and being outside Trinity, you understand how painful it is to live, as well as how difficult it is in this current context. And it is important for us to understand and appreciate and value what we have and what we are about. So if I bring this context to Trinity for the ladies, the generation or the students from different other schools also, and for the Trinitians itself, understand the value of this school and its name, especially the logo. Let me reflect to you on the logo which you see in the front. Trinity stands, the name Trinity, amongst any other school in this country or in the world. I do not meant to make it as an elite statement, but it is the pinnacle of life. From the faith of the Christianity, the foundations of Trinity, and as the principal stated, how we value diversity. The word Trinity is at its pinnacle. And Trinity stands for 3. If you take the world of sport, the Olympics, it fundamentally develops the 3 elements of a human being, which is the body, the mind, and the heart, or the willingness to succeed, willingness to thrive, willingness to change. If you take the fundamentals of what we think about life, 3 is important. So, the foundations that we hold as a Trinitian is that sometimes we need to appreciate where we come from. And if you take the lion for a change, the symbol, what I proudly wear on my blazer as well. Let's look at the animal, the lion. Just think about itself. The lion is not the strongest in the jungle. Neither it is the fastest. Neither it is the biggest. Neither it is the fastest or strongest in any other respect, but it still rules. The lion is the king of the jungle. How does it do that? It is disadvantaged in so many ways, but how does it do that? Because of the attitude of making sure it runs and it leads. When a lion sees an elephant, there is only one thing that it comes to its mind. It is lunch, nothing else. When an elephant, such strong, big, humongous animal, when it sees a lion, what do you think the elephant must be thinking? Oh my God, the eater. This is what it stands. So, when it comes to Trinity, we are not the biggest, we are not the largest, right? But we still rule. I think the Trinitians of then and now should understand the value of where we come from. The motto, Respice Finem, you look to the end constantly. Constantly. What is the end? I think I'll craft something of the gospel as well, is that it is very clearly mentioned, I believe, if I'm wrong, please correct me, Father, is that an army of sheep led by a lion has the potential to win against an army of lions led by a sheep. So, ladies and gentlemen, you're in the hallowed walls of a great institution that has molded people like ourselves and which is in the process of molding all of us and all of you. I believe it is important that the foundations that you have should be very, very embedded in something much deeper than what you see outside. So I think this drama which was shown was something of truth which is out there. I think as a community we are very much strongly rule-based, but we are not passionate-based. Our faith should guide us to empower us to be appreciating humanity in a much completely a different way, rather than stick on to our identity as a Muslim. What does it mean? What does it mean to be a Muslim? So, these are fundamental aspects 25 years from now, as I see, we need to embrace. There's a much larger cause for a much larger generational change that is expected. The corporate world is different. We still do not have the advantage. When I was a rugby player on my first year, I walked into the field knowing we are going to win. There was no question about it. I used to walk onto the field knowing how much points will we score. Never did we walk onto the field worrying that we will lose. None of the games. But today, our psychic is, are we going to win? That's the worry. It reflects to the parents as well. What values do you instill? What values do you bring to the table? And how much are you afraid that your sun will shine like a guiding light for the world, rather than be restricted on certain doctrines that you want to live by? So these are the fundamentals that Trinity was for us. Before I knew certain religious surahs, I knew the Dhammapada, Pansilpada, as well as the Lord's Prayer. Because from 5 years, just before we sleep, my secretary, 25 years ago, Friki Giardo, was a guy who used to be from age 5 at the boarding. So we used to write in a piece of paper in Arabic for the first time in our lives. You know that we used to write Allah, and we used to be like this. So that used to be at prayer time. But at the background, we see a larger student base reciting the Pansil Pada. So to this date, we know every word in that. We know every word in the Lord's Prayer. Sometimes I think my wife would agree that I need to improve my depth of my religious, groundings also. But the fact is that, what do we leave behind? What kind of vision do we have for our children? What is the vision for this program or this movement for the future? I am grateful my understanding for 5 times prayers did not come from my parents, but from a senior in the boarding who said in very subtle ways, Malli, go and pray, don't worry. Like this friend, the boy who was on the drama. In the hostel, the seniors used to keep the lights on for another 15-20 minutes so that I can walk to the toilet, take ablution and pray on my bed. The seniors used to do that. This was the culture. This is what it was, and this is what it should be. And as a message, last of all, it is important in this juncture that we appreciate what we have and what we hold precious to us. And that is yourself itself. If you do go through the souvenir, if you do get my message is very clear, is that it is important, today's world, if you take Facebook to everything, we like external validation of who we are, validated by others. And constantly, we do not validate ourselves as very, very powerful individuals on a mission to do something great with life we have. The life we have is very powerful. I think today, as we are facing what we are facing as a community and a country, I think this is a wonderful time. It is a wonderful time for us to open our eyes and to appreciate what we really have as family. Thanks to the power cuts, I believe families are getting much closer. There are conversations with fathers and daughters and fathers and sons in a much greater passion than before. Otherwise, everybody is too busy living a life. So these are important moments. Parents, we have shifted from being friends to our children than we are being providers. And there are enough and more examples with the youth that is affecting the future furtherance of a complete and a holistic individual coming through society, from society, to serve society. And this is important for us to think through it. So keep into the virtues of this school, keep into the virtues of the word Trinity, keep into the virtues of the emblem, the lion, keep into the virtues of the motto Respice Finem. Let me leave with you one more Latin term, which is termed as cogito ergo sum. I think, therefore I am. I think, therefore I am. So this school will be thinking of it for the next generation, as it's 150 years celebrated this year. For the next 150 years is the thinking of all of you as a community. What do you think of? What do you think on? And what do you invest with? Which is going to be the differentiator for Trinity for the next generations to come. And I wish, and this would be the fate for this community to go back home, think as a family, as individuals, to appreciate more about yourself, more about what you have, and to give something more for yourself as well as the community. Thank you very, very much for the president and the committee for giving me and my wife this great opportunity to walk to these hallowed walls of Trinity College, a place we grew up, like the principal said, from the pre-grade right up to where we are today. And these virtues have made us stronger. It has made us fall in life, not that it was always a bed of roses. We fell, we were beaten, it was tough, but something kept us going. And let me say, the words of a father was very important for me. In a situation like this, every time my father used to tell me he's no more, don't you ever look down no matter what, because you're a Trinitian. So I think we should live beyond this school, and we should expect to live beyond this school so that this school will attract the best out there. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Jazakallah khairan for your address. We now move on to the second phase of the awarding of certificates for the inner school competitions. And to felicitate us with this, I would like to invite our POG, Mr. Shane De Silva, to felicitate us. Inner School Competitions 2022, Azan, Junior Category. Third place, Mohammed Shanaf. Second place, M.N. Amir. And in first place, M.A. Jamil. Azan Intermediate Category. Third place, M.S.M. Shuhail and R.M. Sabit Hassan. Second place, I.M. Shimmer. And first place of the intermediate Azan competition, M.R. Marzoukdin. Senior category. Third place, M.S. Amal Ahmed and Mohammed Yusuf. Second place, A. Amhar. And first place, M.M. Mais. Thank you, sir, for giving away the awards. Now I would like to invite our co-vice principal, Mr. A.S. Marasinghe, to felicitate us with the rest of the awarding ceremony. Essay competitions, junior category, English essay. Third place, M.R.M. Mahdi. Second place, I. Ishaq. And in first place, Ized Zakir. Essay English intermediate category. In third place, A.R. Abdur Rahman. In second place, H.S. Hassan. And we have two first places for the intermediate English essay competition. We have M.S. Hassan and Talal Riyad. Senior category. In third place, Mohammed Bilal. In second place, M.A. Zafarullah. And in first place, Essay English Senior category, M.R.M. Raihan. Thank you, sir, for giving away the awards. Now I would like to invite our Vice Principal, Mr. Krishanthan Anthonydas, to award the next set of certificates. Tamil Essay Junior category, third place, M. Azki. Second place, Asjad Ahmed. And first place, D.R. Shumer Umar. Intermediate category. In third place, M.S.N. Shuhail. In second place, M. Farviz. And we have two first places for Tamil Intermediate Essay, M.R. Sarij and F.M. Amhar. Thank you, sir, for awarding the certificates. Now I would like to invite our Master in Charge, Mr. Ashek M.J.M. Sufyan, to deliver the last set of awards. Tamil Essay Senior category, third place, M.R. Arij. Second place, F.A. Asas Ahmed. And in first place of the Tamil Essay Senior category, D.R. Sajir Umar. Sinhala Essay Senior category, third place, A. Sultan. Thank you, sir, for giving away the awards. With that, we conclude the awards for the inner school competitions. Now we have a guest kirat performed by a student from Badiuddin Mahmood Girls College. I would like to invite Miss Bushra, and I would like to invite everyone to rise for the kirat as well. Miss Bushra.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم سبح اسم ربك الأعلى الذي خلق فسوى والذي قدر فهدى والذي أخرج المرعى فجعله غثاء أحوى سنقرئك فلا تنسى إلا ما شاء الله إنه يعلم الجهر وما يخفى ونيسرك لليسرى فذكر إن نفعت الذكرى سيذكر من يخشى ويتجنبها الأشقى الذي يصلى النار الكبرى ثم لا يموت فيها ولا يحيا صدق الله العظيم.
Jazakallah khairan for that beautiful recitation. Now we move on to the awarding of certificates for the inter-school competitions. But before that, we seem to have missed a couple of awards of the inner school competitions, so we will deliver those first. To deliver those awards, I would like to invite our guest of honor, Mr. Wazir Mukhtar, to felicitate the awarding. Inner school competitions, Sinhala Essay Senior category. In second place, R.M. Akil. And in first place, R. Rakib. Now for the awards of the inter-school competitions for the year 2022. For these awards, I will call out the name of the school to receive all of these certificates. So if a representative from each school that is present here today could send one representative to get the award from our guest of honor, that would be great. If the school is not present, we will move on to the next school. Kingswood College, Kandy. Muslim Ladies College. This is Kingswood College, Kandy, ladies and gentlemen. Muslim Ladies College. Badiuddin Mahmood Girls College. St. Anthony's College, Katugastota. Matale International School. Wesley College, Colombo. Zahira College, Colombo. Amina Girls National School, Matale. Akurana Muslim Balika Mahavidyalaya. Akal International School. DS Senanayaka College, Colombo. And Hillwood College, Kandy. Jazakallah khairan, sir, for awarding the certificates. The first, second, and third overall winners of the inter-school competitions will be awarded right at the end of the annual general meeting. Now we move on to a solo song performed by Master Amal Ahmed from grade 11. Until we get things ready, I hope you could have a bit of patience until we get everything ready backstage. But once he's on stage, I would like you to warmly welcome him with a big round of applause. Master Amal Ahmed.
أتيت إلى حبيبي فاهده يا كلب ورفقا صلي على محمد السلام عليك يا رسول الله السلام عليك حبيبي يا نبي الله السلام عليك يا رسول الله السلام عليك حبيبي يا نبي الله يا رسول الله قلب بالحق تألق وبغارك هراء تألق يبكي يسأل خالقه فأتاه الوحي فأشرق اقرأ اقرأ يا محمد السلام عليك يا رسول الله السلام عليك حبيبي يا نبي الله السلام عليك يا رسول الله السلام عليك حبيبي يا نبي الله يا رسول الله طيبة جئتك سبا لرسول الله محبا بالروضة سكنت روحي وجوار الهادي محمد يا طيبة جئتك سبا لرسول الله محبا بالروضة سكنت روحي وجوار الهادي محمد السلام عليك يا رسول الله السلام عليك حبيبي يا نبي الله السلام عليك يا رسول الله السلام عليك حبيبي يا نبي الله يا رسول الله
Jazakallah Khairan Amal for that performance. I think that performance deserves another round of applause just because of the fact that he was alone on stage. I think that deserves a lot of credit for that. Now for something extremely traditional, something that has been happening for quite some time. I'm pretty sure it must have happened during our chief guest time, during our guest of honors time. Now it's time to launch the Al Huda magazine for the 50th edition of the Al Huda magazine. If the curtain could slowly open up, we could have the magazines displayed there, and we will have our secretary and our president distributing the magazines to the audience. Ladies and gentlemen, a huge round of applause for the Al Huda magazine, the 50th edition of the Al Huda magazine. While the distribution is taking place, we thought of putting a small change in the agenda so that we are a bit more productive with the way we use time. So now I would like to invite the president, the past president of the Islamic Students Movement, Master Shahid Khalil, to express his thoughts on the annual general meeting and the Islamic Students Movement as a whole. Ladies and gentlemen, Master Shahid Khalil.
Audhu billahi minash shaitanir rajim. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Dear Principal, Reverend Father Arliya Jayasundara, the Chief Guest, Mr. Haris Umar, the Vice Principal, Mr. Krishantan Anthony Das, the Co-Vice Principal, Mr. Anand Marasingha, the POG, Mr. Shane D. Silva, members of the staff, members of the School Officers Guild, parents, and my dear brothers and sisters. Aibowan, Wanakam, good evening. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. May peace, mercy, and blessings of Almighty Allah be on all of you. When I was invited by the Vice President and the Secretary to address this gathering, this historic 50th celebration, I was puzzled on what to speak. Should I speak about Islam? Should I speak about the Islamic Students Movement? Or should I speak about my experience? After a deep thought, I decided that I should speak about three main things which I thought it's my responsibility to express in this occasion. First and foremost, it's my duty to express my gratitude to two individuals who has been the backbone of the Islamic Students Movement over the last decade. They have been guiding the students in the right direction, and they have looked after every aspect of Islamic Students Movement. They are none other than our MIC, Mr. M.J.M. Sufyan, and Mrs. Farzan. Thank you very much, teachers, for all your commitment. And we wish that you continue to provide your guidance to our younger generation as well. Secondly, let me speak about two individuals who is a pillar, or rather, everything in our lives. Not only to me, but to all of us. Can you guess who they are? Yes, if you guessed, it's your parents, you're absolutely correct. In the Holy Quran, Surah Al-Isra, verse number 23, it mentions that, lower to them the wing of humility out of mercy and say, my Lord, have mercy upon them, as they brought me up when I was small. This is how parents are valued and respected in Islam, and I'm sure the same message is shared through other religious scriptures. Dear ladies and gentlemen, your parents' sacrifice cannot be measured. The effort that your father put to bring your food to your table and to fulfill your requirements is unmatchable. The sacrifices your mother makes from the day of your birth to now is unimaginable. But we as children sometimes demanded for the best of the things, not even considering their affordability. Shouted at them for our own mistakes, blamed them for no reason, so on and so forth. Dear members of the House, do we actually realize that how hard our parents work to provide the best of the things to us? Every parent does his level best to give all your requirements, whether it be good education, good clothes, and much more. Because every parent in this world wishes to give the best of the things to their children. They do not even count the sacrifices that they need, to provide these. The gentlemen of Trinity, we are blessed to be a part of this great institution, mainly because Almighty blessed us. And since your parents believed that we deserve a great education. We call ourselves as proud Trinitians, not because anything that we have done, but because our parents decided to send to this wonderful institution. Now let me share a personal experience with you. Whenever I achieve something in my life, I like to keep it within me and my family. Whenever I achieved, my parents knew that, and they were very happy wholeheartedly, as if I have achieved a Guinness World Record. But soon after A-levels, when I was selected for a multinational organization as one of the youngest trainees, I was so happy. But I didn't have the usual winning energy or spirit in me. It took me a few weeks to realize the reason for that. That is, my number one fan is missing, and that's my father, who passed 10 months ago. That was the point I realized how much our victory matters to our parents and how concerned are they about it. I am sure that this is the case with all of you. Your number one fan is your parents. They always want you to be the best. They are your pillars. You won't realize it until you lose those pillars. I'm telling you with experience. Members of the House, it's not too late to change or correct ourselves if we have made mistakes to our parents. So let us all try to give them the best because they deserve it. Ladies and gentlemen, since some of our parents are present today, shall we all put our hands together and give them a round of applause for all their commitment. May God bless them. Trinity College, it's just my alma mater, or it's just a place I went all weekdays for 14 years. No, it's my second home, which cared me, taught me life, gave me knowledge, and nourished me in every aspect. I'm into my last 2 weeks of my school life. Thus far, I have never felt and faced discrimination, racism, or any sort of this. But I have felt that I am valued, respected, and safeguarded within this institution, which has a rich and diverse history of 150 years. It's my responsibility to share a few experience I have had in this wonderful institution. When we faced an unfortunate incident in Digana a couple of years ago, we as children were very frightened and felt unsafe. Soon after that incident, when schools were reopened again, we had an assembly. Back then the principal, Mr. Andrew Fowler-Watt, addressed the students in the assembly and mentioned the following. Every child who enters from the gate of Trinity are equal. Whether you are a Muslim, Sinhalese, Christian, or a Tamil, whether you are rich or poor, all of you are equal. All of you are gentlemen of Trinity. So do not fear about what's happening in the country, because we, the Trinity family, will stay together whatever happens. To be honest, it gave us some hope and confidence that we are safe. And the Trinity family ensured that it was the case. Trinity respected and valued the Islamic students' movement in every aspect. The college was so hospitable. They allowed us to go to the Friday Jummah prayers, to conduct religious meetings, to host the AGMs and inter-school competitions, and etc. It's been a practice from the inception of this wonderful institution. It's with pleasure that I thank the current principal, Reverend Father Arliya Jayasundara, and the college administration. Our principal was so caring.
He allowed us to pray within the college premises and gave all the facilities when COVID-19 was a major threat. He gave this luxury to us when most of the schools in the island did not. Thank you, Father. I also like to thank our coaches because when we were fasting, they gave us regular breaks to catch our energy back. They gave little hard training. Thank you very much for that. I also want to thank our dear teachers. When we went out for Friday prayers, we lost about 20 minutes in the last period. All of our teachers ensured that we did not miss them. Some of our teachers marked the books at that time. Some teachers did lessons which had lesser importance. There were teachers who kept after-school lessons to cover what we have missed. Especially, I remember my English teacher, Mrs. Kapetipola, and my IT teacher, Mr. Subhash, who taught me after school. Let me finish with my favorite part, and it's about lunch that we used to share. My friend Sinoshan would ensure that he buys chicken from a halal shop, and he will send me a photo as a proof so that he can share his lunch with me and the rest of the Muslim mates in our class. My good friend Kesirin Degodavela, the secretary of the School Officers Guild, will start shouting at me in the cop room, yelling me, "Tambi, ada full halal kama, ada malu genavi." And I would reply, "Sha marune, kalin kiyanne pe." And that would be the last word. And I will quickly jump into the lunch, and the rest is history. Sooner than later, Kise will start to regret. I'm extremely sorry, my friend. My dear gentlemen of Trinity and the parents, it's our responsibility to show gratitude to this institution. Being an Anglican school with Christian values, they have treated us as their own, even better than that. Shall we all put our hands together to the principal, the administration, and for the entire Trinity family as a symbol of gratitude? Trinity is 13 years of unmatchable experience, where is the reality for the chosen and dream for many. Thank you. Respect.
Jazakallah khairan, Shahid, for that wonderful address. Now, for the most awaited event in the agenda for the 50th Annual General Meeting. It's been a tradition once again for the outgoing committee or the committee that organized this year's AGM to perform a skit. This year, the skit has been named The Change. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time now to watch the change unfold. Ladies and gentlemen, the skit.
Skit advisory. Warning. Sleeping during the skit is strictly prohibited. Leaving in between the skit could cause losing refreshments. There were no drugs or liquor consumed. Do not underestimate the power of Coca-Cola and sugar.
இவன் இந்த பக்கம் வாக்கே சரியில்லையே. சரி பாப்போம். பேய் எங்க போயிட்டு வாரை? ஃப்ரெண்ட் வீட்டுக்குமா?
பொய் சொல்லாதே, உண்மையை சொல்லு.
இல்லம்மா உண்மைக்குமா, நான் டக்குன்னு வேலையடிக்கு போயிட்டு வரேன். எனக்கு ஒரு கை போடு மச்சான், அடிப்போம்.
Full speed and then handbrake. Drift.
I'm a full steady.
என்னடா
இவன் தான். நீ தான் என்ன பாபா கெட்டு போறதுக்கு காரணம். பாபா கெட்டு போறதே உன்னால தான். பாரு என்ன பாபா எப்படி இருக்கிண்டு. முந்து எவ்வளவு நல்லா ஈந்தான்.
ஐயோ லீவா செல்வோன்ட்டுடா.
என்ன பாபா இப்படி தவறதுக்கு காரணமே நீ தான்டா. நானே அப்செட் லீக்கிறேன்டா. இவர் போ சொல்லிட்டேங்க நேந்து சாட்டு ரோய்.
ஸோ ப்ளீஸ் டா கெட் லாஸ்ட் வில் யூ.
நான் போறேன். ஐஸ் கோபுதா சபாங்க எல்லாம் வேலை கூறி. ஏய் உன்னை பிள்ளைக்கிறான் தானே. உன்னை பிள்ளை என்ன பாபாவை கெடுக்கிறான். என் புள்ள நல்ல புள்ள. என் பாபா
எந்த புள்ள அப்படி ஒரு நாள் செட்டிக்க மாட்டான்.
உன்னை புள்ள நல்ல பிள்ளையா? அப்ப என்ன குட்டி ஒன்று வீட்ல இருந்து பாஞ்சு வந்திக்கிறான். அடுது அளவா ready forward ade angala dance ade help get ready boys, we can do this. அடே வந்தோன்னே ஷூட் பண்ணு. கெட் ரெடி வந்தோன்னே now shoot.
பாருங்களே மகன் என்ன அடிக்க பாக்குறான். கதவை திறந்தோன்னே டிஷும்னு சத்தம் வேற. நான் ஓடி வந்துட்டேன்.
உங்களுக்கு தெரியும் தானே, அவன் சொல்ற பேச்சு கேட்க மாட்டான். கேம் மட்டும் தான் ஆடிக்கொண்டிருக்கிறான். அது போது அதுக்கு அந்த குட்டிக்காரன் எங்கேயோ ஒரு பொம்பளை புள்ள வீட்லேருந்து ஓடி வந்தண்டு என்னையா பார்த்து கேவலப்படுத்துறான். எனக்கு ரோட்ல தலை நிமிர்ந்து நடந்து போயெல்லாம் வைக்குது.
நானும் கேள்விப்பட்டேன். ஷாமிக்கு வந்து சொன்னான்ட்டு மகண்ட ஃப்ரெண்ட் இருக்கிறான் அவன்.
இவன் எப்ப திருந்துவானோ தெரியா அப்பா. பாருங்களே
சொல்டா. What's up?
اتقوا الله, fear Allah Azza wa Jal. This thing that you're using, don't even for a second forget that Allah will question you about every page you open, about every glance you take, about everything you hear. Allah would hold you accountable for every single thing on the Day of Judgment. So imagine if you waste your time 5 hours, some 8 hours a day, watching Instagram, Snapchat, Twitter, Facebook, the whole nine yards, TikTok, then what happens? You waste so much time and you gain so many sins, and this is the easy part. What's worse is that you are darkening your heart. It's becoming dark, stiff, and hard. That's why you're not finding the taste and the sweetness of salat, of dua, of reading the Quran. That's why you're always depressed, always fed up and bored. That's why you look for new things and nothing seems to be helping except digging yourself and burying yourself under more and more browsing of such social media platforms. And this is a very negative sign, because lots of the Muslims who are drowned in such things soon would end up leaving the fold of Islam, unfortunately.
டேய் ஆயாஷ், எங்கடா போற?
இல்லடா, வாப்பா அடிச்சுட்டே இருக்கிறாரு. ஐசுட்டு எங்க சரி போவண்டு போறேன்.
அதுக்கெல்லாம் ஏன்டா கவலைப்படுறவா? உனக்கு ஒரு சாமான் தாரேன், வா.
Did those buggers pay the money?
No, boy, sir.
Turn it up, let it start from block to block, broken hearts and jack. We're put the dam, let the room, we're put the dam, let the room,
Wait. Yeah. Shot on the Keluma. Poro Salidari.
Shot down.
Oda.
All good.
Okay, thanks.
Bro!
You haven't given me the money before. Give the money and take the shot.
இதுக்கு முன்னுக்கே உனக்கு தரல, இதுக்கு பிறகு உனக்கு தரப்போறல.
Get him! Run.
சாதிஃப் தம்பி இங்க வந்து வாங்கலே. மஹின் நான் கொஞ்சம் சல்லி தாரேன், பேங்க்ல கொஞ்சம் டிபாசிட் பண்ணணுமா? இந்த மகன் கொடுத்து அவன் ட்ரக்ஸ் யூஸ் பண்ணி நாசமாக்கிடுவான்.
சரி ஆண்டி, நான் இப்போ பே பண்ணுறேன்.
අඩු අරුව බලමු උඹේගේ දස්සෙන් එනවා. බලපංකෝ.
ஜஸாக்கல்லா மஹின்.
ඇයි උඹ මෙහෙ?
Why are you from our house? What's your problem, huh?
Und umma ta help undu gate.
I'll talk to my mother. Last warning, huh? Ma. Where are you?
என்னம்மா உடம்பெல்லாம் மேல கூப்பிட்டு கூப்பிட்டு.
Ma, why are you using Sadi for your works, Ma? I'm there for you, know. You can use me.
மஹின் வாப்பா பாருங்க, அவரை மரத்தை நீங்களும் வாப்பா பாக்குறீங்களா? என்ன சொல்றீங்க?
I'm your son, no, Ma. Just use me, will you, instead? Why you come from our house?
Und umma ta கூப்பிட்டே.
நீ எங்க வீட்டுக்கெல்லாம் போக தேவையில்ல சரியா? நான் ஈக்கிறேன். நான் இந்த உப்பமோட ஒத்த புள்ள சரியா? நீ சும்மா இருங்க சரியா? சொல்லிக்க மாட்டேன் சரியா? பட் ஆய கீழே வேண்டாண்ணே.
คำสมิดาสวัสดีค่ะแต่กระเป๋าไม่มีชอบไปแล้วชดาผู้ชอบดาราไม่ดาวิกาอัมพัชราภามินพิชยาบุ๋มบรรณดามาอนภาเดยโชติกาอวิสดาอุลสยายามินชนิดาปอยติชดาคิดโหวังมีหนังแดงแล้วจะกินหนังส่วงมีหนังส่วงแล้วจะกินหนังแดงแล้วกูไม่แรงแต่กูทำ
අඩේ රයිට්. හරි හරි.
มีหนังแดงแล้วจะกินหนังส่วงมีหนังส่วงแล้วจะกินหนังแดงแล้วกูไม่แรงแต่กูทำมึงม่วงชีกูไม่ม่วงแต่กูยังมีแรงว่าหัวแดงแล้วก็ทำลื้อล่วงเอามึงไปคั่วอยู่ไงพี่แกงเดี๋ยวเธอท่ามาเดี๋ยวเธอท่าตั้งแข่งเอาไงกังวะไอ้เหี้ยมีหนังแดงแล้วจะกินหนังส่วง
කාඩ් වීඩියෝ හොඳට ගත්ත බං බලපන්. ඈ සුපිරි. සුපිරිනේ? සුපිරි. සුපිරිඩා. සුපිරි. අන්න බා මචං. සුපිරි. නා පොවා. உங்களுக்கு அதை வேண்டா ஆர்டர் பண்ணிக்கோங்க. திண்டிய மாட்டானோ இங்க திண்டு கொள்ளும்.
अंकल अस्सलाम वालेकुम अंकल අබ්දුල් ගැන පොඩි දෙයක් කියන්න තියෙනවා දරා වෙන්න බං අංකල් අබ්දුල් දැන් පොඩ්ඩක් නරක වෙලා ඉන්නේ අංකල් එයා ගැම්බ්ලින් කරනවා බොනවා එයා ගැන පොඩ්ඩක් බලාගන්න
එහෙමද පුතා එයා පොඩ්ඩක් පනිෂ් කරන්න අම්මා නැහැ කියලා හොරතලින් අපි එයා නරක වෙලා දැන් ඔයත් පොඩ්ඩක් කියලා බලන්න හරි எங்கேருந்து வாரீங்க நீங்க
நான் எங்க போனா உங்களுக்கு என்ன வாப்பா
உங்களுக்கு செல்லம் கொடுத்து வளர்க்கறதுக்கு இதான் நீங்க பேசுற மாதிரி
Shut your mouth, Dad. I know what to do. Shish, sorry, character.
என்ன கதை
வாங்க இந்த பக்கம்
அடே நல்ல துட்டு பாக்குற வழி ஒன்று இருக்குடா
அப்படியா
ஓ முக்க செட் ஒன்று பிடிச்சி வைக்கிறேன் ஓமி அடிச்சா எல்லாம் நம்மளுக்கு தான்
நம்பேல் மோனே
எக்கென்ம
அப்ப வாவே போ நானும் ரெடி சம்பாதிக்க எழுந்தானே
சுவர் சுவர்
அப்ப வா போ
मजा आ गया
Hi Abdul, நான் அப்சல், திஸ் இஸ் முஃபீட். நான் கேம்பிளிங் பண்ண வந்தோம்.
Round 1. Se acabó.
உனக்கு 2 வாட்ச்.
இதா இது டைம் பார்க்க, இது ஹார்ட் பீட் பார்க்க.
Round 2.
என்னவே அசிங்கப்படுத்த பாக்குறியா? உனக்காகவே மாஸ்டர் பிளான் போட்டு இவங்களை கூட்டு வந்தது நான் தான்.
சொல்டா, what's up?
சரி மச்சான், what's up?
இந்த கலீல்டா அந்த ஓக்ரேலாம் ஒரு கடனை கூப்பிட்டு என்ன அவமானப்படுத்திட்டான். அவனை ஏதாவது செய்யணும்.
Kalila, what did he do?
Hello. කොහොමද? ඉන්නවද? අම්මගේ බර්ත්ඩේ කෙනා මෙන්න මොන හරි එකක් ගන්න ඕනේ. කොහෙන්ද ගන්නේ ගන්නේ? එච්චර හිතන්න එපා බං. මේ තියෙන්නේ. මැක්.
Baba, baba, udah baba. பாஸ் நான் ஒன்றும் தின்னல பாஸ். ஏதாவது ஹெல்ப் பண்ணல பாஸ். சம்பளத்துக்கு கேட்டு தான். ப்ளீஸ் பாஸ், நானும் அப்பா பசி இல்லை. ஜஸாக்கல்லா பாஸ், அல்லாஹ் ஒரு பரக்கத் செய்வான்.
يا أيها الذين آمنوا إنما الخمر والميسر والأنصاب والأزلام رجس. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala tells us, فَاجْتَنِبُوهُ. He speaks about intoxicants, he speaks about gambling, he speaks about certain types of drawing lots, he speaks about certain worship of those besides Allah, and he tells us this is an abomination from the handiwork of the devil, so stay far away from it.
උඩේ පැත්තට යන්න එපා කියලා තියෙනවානේ. ඇයි ගියේ?
Turn it up, let it start from block to block, broken hearts and jack. And the police can't obey. We can have peace someday. Take cheap drug dealers.
இவர் தான் யாரும் கணக்கெடுக்க மாட்டாங்களே, அப்புறம் இவருக்கு என்ன இவ்வளோ சப்போர்ட் இருக்கு?
அது ஒரு பெரிய கதை, வா சொல்றேன்.
මේ වරෙන් මෙහෙට මට කම්මැලි බං පොඩ්ඩක් නටපන්.
මමද නටන්න ඕන?
නැත්තම් වෙන කවුද?
ඇතිද?
දැන් වරෙන් මසාජ් කරන්න. මොකද ෆෝන් පාවිච්චි කරන්නේ? ඇයි දන්නේ නැද්ද ෆෝන් පාවිච්චි කරන්න බෑ කියලා? දීපම් මෙහෙට. දාහක් එකතු කරන් වරේ. ආයේ ෆෝන් පාවිච්චි කරලා අහුවෙන්න එපා. कोको शामिक මේ එන්ට එපා කියලා තියෙනවනේ. ඇයි ගියේ?
අඩි අයියා සොරි ආපහු යන්න.
වතුර ටිකක් පුරවන් වරේ.
හරි අයියා. ஆனால் செஞ்ச மாதிரியே நாங்களும் செய்யணும்டா. ஜூனியர்ஸ் கிட்டே இருந்து நாங்களும் சல்லியே வாங்கணும்.
Turn it up, let it start from block to block, broken hearts and jack. And the police can't obey. We can have peace someday. Take cheap drug dealers.
வாடா ப்ரா.
என்ன கதை? ஒர்க் அவுட்டா?
பார்த்தா எப்படிடா இருக்கு உனக்கு? ஏய் தண்ணி கொஞ்சம் எடுத்துட்டு வாடா.
தம்பி தண்ணி கொஞ்சம் எடுத்துட்டு வாடா.
අපි මොකටද වතුර ගේන්නේ?
தண்ணி எடுத்துட்டு வரையில அடிப்பாடு போறியா?
හරි හරි ගේන්න.
அவனை லோடுடா, நீ வாடா போ. මොකද ෆෝන්? කෝකෝ දෙන්න. මොකද මේ? நாளைக்கு இப்போ ஃபோன் பாய்ச்சதுக்கு பனிஷ்மெண்ட் ஒரு 2 பேரும் சேர்ந்து ஒரு 500 சேர்த்து நாளைக்கு கொடுத்துடணும். நாளைக்கு கொடுக்கத்தான் டைம். ஆஹாஹாஹா. ආපෝ ෆෝන් පාවිච්චි කරනවා දැක්කොත් ෆෝන් එක කඩනවා. හරිද? ඵලයන්. අඩේ පාඩපු.
When it comes to our character, astaghfirullah, some of us misbehave. Some of us, the way we speak to others is very rude. We don't make life easy for them. Do you think Allah is going to make life easy for you? كَانَ اللَّهُ فِي عَوْنِ الْعَبْدِ مَا كَانَ الْعَبْدُ فِي عَوْنِ أَخِيهِ. Allah will continue to help a slave for as long as that slave continues to help another. The opposite is true. When you make someone's life difficult, don't think that your life is going to be made any easy. No.
මේ වරෙන් උදව්වක් කරන්න.
ඔයාගේ බඩුනේ වාම උස්සගන්න.
වරෙන්.
ஏடா சாமி
இதை தூக்கணும்டா. பாரமை.
ஹிரிய
Turn it up, let it start from block to block, broken hearts and jack. And the police came on play. You can have
என்ன கதை சாமி?
ஏலடா வெறுத்து போயிட்டு உட்காந்துக்கிறேன். உட்காரு. ஏலடா வெறுத்து போயிட்டு இருக்குதுடா. இப்போ யாரும் இப்போ கணக்கெடுக்கிறல்ல. எது செஞ்சாலும் ஃபெயிலியர் ஆவைக்கு என்ன செய்யறேன்டே தெரியும்.
யோசிக்காடா.
டிப்ரெஷன் சூசைட் பண்ணிக்க மாட்டேங்கி இந்த அளவுக்கு.
பைத்தியக்காரன் யோசிக்காத சாமண்டிக்கு ட்ரை பண்ணுவோமா?
என்னடா
வாய சொல்றேன் உனக்கு எழுப்பி வாய்.
எப்படி இருக்கிறே?
எங்கடா போறீங்க?
இல்லைடா கொஞ்ச நாளாக ஃபுல் டென்ஷன்டா. தலையெல்லாம் சுற்றுது. ஒரு மாதிரி வெறுத்து போயிட்டிருக்கிறேன். என் செய்கிறேன்னு தெரியா. அப்போ தான் இவன் வந்தான். என்னமோ ஈக்குது வாடா ட்ரை பண்ணுவோன்னு சொன்னான். போயிட்டு என்னன்னு பார்த்துட்டு வருவோம்.
என்னது?
உனக்கு தேவையில்லையேடா அதெல்லாம். நீ போயே நீ வை.
அடே தேவையில்லாத ஒன்றும் ட்ரை பண்ணாதே.
இல்லடா
நீ போட. உனக்கு தேவையில்லையே.
டேய் நீ எங்கடா இங்க வராய்? நீ போனதுக்கு பிரச்சனை இல்லை, ஆனா இவன் ஏன்டா டேலா சொல்லிட்டேன். இவன் செஞ்ச வேலைக்கு ஏலா
இவன் வரல, நான் விளாடுவேன் டாப்.
വേ ഏ ഷോട്ട് ഒന്ന് അടിക്കലുമാ പുറ സല്ലിതാരെ
ഷൊട്ടാ
ഓടാ
All good.
Okay, thanks.
Bro!
You haven't given me the money before. Give the money and take the shot.
இதுக்கு முன்னுக்கே உனக்கு தரல, இதுக்கு பிறகு உனக்கு தரப்போறல.
Get him!
Run. Run.
டேய் நீ எங்கட ஒரு பக்கம்ல வந்து இராய் மருவா.
ரெண்டு பேர் வந்தாங்க பாத்தீங்களா? ஓகே ஓகே தேங்க்ஸ். கோபாங்க
උඩ හිටියේ නෑ බං. අං අරේ යන්නේ.
අර ඉන්නේ.
Run.
Assalamu alaikum.
Walaikum salam.
ஏன் அவங்கள துரத்துறாய்? What's the problem?
Don't mind, Machan. It's just a personal problem. Why? Do you know them?
Yeah bro, I know that bugger. அவன் நல்ல பொடியன்.
இஸ் a குட் ஃப்ரெண்ட் ஆஃப் மைண்ட். தேவையில்லாத டிப்ரெஷன் இந்த காலத்தில் அவனுக்கு அதான் நிற்கிறானே, அவனோட சேர்த்து தேவையில்லாத பழக்கங்களுக்கு அவன் போகிறது. பேசி பாரு, டாக் வித் ஹிம், யூ நோ ஹவ் இட் ஃபீல்.
Yeah, I'll see. Drop them down. நான் உங்களுக்கு திருப்பி சொல்ல தேவையில்ல. நான் என்னோட பேசிட்டேன். எல்லாத்தையும் சொன்னான், உன்னோட நிலைமை எல்லாத்தையும் சொன்னான். லாஸ்ட் சான்ஸ், திருப்பி காலை மாட்டிக்கொள்ளவான, சரியா? லாஸ்ட் வார்னிங், யூஸ் இட் வைஸ்லி. யூ கேன் கோ.
அடே தேங்க்ஸ்டா, சாரிடா உன்னை கணக்கெடுக்காமல் விட்டுட்டேன்.
இல்லைடா அதெல்லாம் பிரச்சனை இல்லை, ஆனால் ஒத்துமை ஆகிக்கணும்.
எதுவும் இந்த சமூகத்திற்கு குறையில்லை, ஒன்றை தவிர ஒரே குறைதான் ஒற்றுமை கிடையாது. அவர் இவரை காஃபிர் என்பார், இவரை காஃபிர் என்பார். அவர் இதன் பக்கம் அழைப்பார், அதன் பக்கம் அழைப்பார். அவர் தன்னியக்கத்தின் பக்கம் அழைப்பார், இவர் இயக்கத்தின் பக்கம் அழைப்பார். இவர் ஒரு அரசியல் கட்சி நடத்துவார், அவர் ஒரு அரசியல் கட்சி நடத்துவார். ஒரே ஊரில் 4 முஸ்லிம்கள் ஒரே அரசியல் கட்சியில் போராடுவார்கள். உண்மையா? எல்லாருக்கும் தெரியும் தானே. இது இந்த தலைமுறையோடு முடியட்டும், அடுத்த தலைமுறை இப்படி விழித்தெழ வேண்டாம். லா இலாஹ இல்லல்லாஹ், இந்த ஒரு நேர்கோட்டின் பக்கம் இணையுங்கள்.
කොබෝතා
ඉගෙන ගන්නවා.
එයා කවදාවත් ඉගෙන ගන්න.
Nothing can stop me, I'm all the way up. All the way up. I'm all the way up. I'm all the way up. Nothing can stop me, I'm all.
අම්මෝ ඉස්සර බයින.
ඇයි නීදි?
නෑ මේ පාඩම් කරගෙන ඉඳි එකපාරින් නිින්ද ගියා.
මේ බොරු කියන්න එපා. පුතාගෙන හිටද්දි දුකයි. පාඩම් කරන්නෙත් නෑ. තේරෙන්නේ නෑ මොනවද කරන්න කියලා මට. හැමදාම රස්තිය අඩු ගන්නවා. ගෙදර එන්නෙත් පළක් වෙලා. තේරෙන්නේ නෑ යාගේ මොනවා කරන්නද කියලා.
ටික දැන් නම් එපාලා ඉන්නේ. අපි සල්ලිත් නැහැ. බෙට් මැච් එක ගහන්න යනවා.
ලොල්ලෙක් කවුනත් හොඳයි.
මොකද මේ?
ලොල්ලෙක් කවුන.
මොකද මේ? හරි හදපන්කෝ මාත් දෙන්න.
මේ වෙන්සනේ දිලා මෙතන ගහන්න බෑ. අපි යන්නේ බෙට් මැචස් ගහනවා වරේ.
ඇයි මොකෝ? හදපන් ගහ 1000ක් කොට්ටු හදපන්.
මං වැට් යනවාද?
පුතා පොඩ්ඩක් ඉන්නකෝ. අල්ලි ඔයාට පුළුවන් නේ අයියට උදව් කරන්න.
වද දෙන්න එපා අප්පා. මුනේ ලොකු එකා මුට වැඩ ටික කරගන්න කියන්නේ. මට අදාළ නැහැ. මට වද දෙන්න එපා. මම යනවා මගේ වැඩ බලන්න.
බොස් මේ මාලිට පොඩ්ඩක් අමාරු වුණ එක පාරින් මේ සැරේ පාටිය කලින් ගන්න පුළුවන් වේද?
එහෙම් බේ. ඔයාලට ඕන වල පඩි දෙන්න බේ. පුළුවන් නම් ඉන්න නැත්නම් යන්න.
What's wrong, Pata?
No dad, he wants a salary it seems. Get lost.
No, Pata. If someone needs help, we should help Pata. Give the money to him.
Useless. Shish.
හලෝ පුතා මල්ලිට ඇක්සිඩන්ට් වෙලා පොඩ්ඩක් ගිහලා බලන්න පුළුවන්ද?
එහෙමද? හරි හරි. දැන් මං යනකම මං ඉක්මනට ගිහිල්ලා බලන්න.
ජීවිතය අතකම මං විතරයි දන්නේ. තාත්තනද මං ගොඩක් දුක් විඳා. හරිද? එහෙම දැන් ඔයා මෙයාට වැරද්දක් කළා මෙයාගේ ජීවිතේත් ඉවරයි ඔයාගේ ජීවිතේත් ඉවරයි. එහෙම කරන්න දෙන්න එපා. ඔයාලා වැරද්දක් මේ කරන්නේ. හරි.
Brothers and sisters, remember as well that this whole life, according to our religion, is a life of tests and trials. And therefore, every one of us will be tested and tried in different ways. But all of us are tested and tried. And the one major mechanism to overcome and pass those tests and trials is what? It is patience. And that is why Allah says, وَاسْتَعِينُوا بِالصَّبْرِ وَالصَّلَاةِ وَإِنَّهَا لَكَبِيرَةٌ إِلَّا عَلَى الْخَاشِعِينَ. Seek Allah's help when you face the calamities, when you have any problems. Seek Allah's help. وَاسْتَعِينُوا. Two things. وَاسْتَعِينُوا بِالصَّبْرِ وَالصَّلَاةِ. Seek help through sabr, patience, and through salah, prayer. Our mother Aisha said, whenever our Prophet ﷺ was troubled with anything, whenever something bothered him, what would he do? فَزِعَ إِلَى الصَّلَاةِ. He would rush to stand in salah. Salah would make him calm. Salah would make him conquer those problems, those fears, those frustrations. So patience and salah are the two things that Allah has told us to seek help in.
කියලා කලින්ම මල්ලි සුපතනව අරගෙන ඉක්කින්ම මල්ලි මට කතා කරන්න එපා කියලා තියෙන්නේ මල්ලි
මේවා දැක්කම හිතෙනවා ඊළඟ ජනපති සීනය ඉටුවේද මාගේ ආර්යවත්තාගෙන තිල් නැති හින්දා ඉන්නේ මං බරපාගේ කුඩයක් තිබුණත් වැස්සට තිමි තිමි යමි මම ඔබ හින්දා පාරේ ෂට් ඩවුන් කරනවා පියා වගේ අරගල ආවොත් නම් මගේ කාලේ
Anak saja tu nani pede ganja di situ arai, pede ganja sen di situ arai, nana sih ya, orang borat
සිහිනය තියාන හතරක් පහක් ඉන්නවා ඇතුලේ චර දැම්මත් අනිත් පැත්ත පැති දෙකයි තියෙන්නේ රොටි කර කියන්නේ එකම දෙයයි දැන් තේරෙන්නේ නැත්තෝ මිතුරේ 3 2 1 සියවිසි පහ ඇතුලේ මේ පුදේමා විසින් හිතුවේ ඒකන මන් දන්නේ මොන හරි කරමුකෝ අපි බුදු ඥාන තව හොටෙල් එකක්
ஏடா உனக்கு அட எடுத்து முடி
මං එක හිටපු දැන් හැංගෙති එහෙනම් සබේ බුදු සරණි මම යන්නම් දැන් ඇති යානට වැඳගෙන ඉඳලම මට හති පොඩ දන්නත් ඩාමරෝ ඩුම්බෙරෝ ඔය පොඩ දන්නත් ඩාමරෝ ඩුම්බෙරෝ කවුරුත් කියන්නේ මම කරපු හැටි මෙහි අපි තමයි
Ladies and gentlemen, that was the skit performed to you by the outgoing committee, the committee of 2021. We'll move along with the day's proceedings. There are a lot of people who have to be thanked and appreciated for what this event was because of these people who are going to be felicitated now. I would like to invite the secretary of the Islamic Students Movement of Trinity College, Kandy, Nadeem Sadat, along with the president, Ayash Riyad, to thank someone who has been with us right throughout this journey. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for our master in charge, Sheikh MJM Sufyan. Now, if I could request our master in charge to stay on stage to give away the next set of tokens to the following individuals. Next, I would like to invite our co-vice principal, Mr. Anand Marasinghe, to receive his token of appreciation. Next, to our Vice Principal, Mr. Krishanthan Anthonydas. And finally, to the Principal, Reverend Father Araliya Jayasundara. Thank you very much, Father, and if you could stay on stage to give away the most important tokens of appreciation. Now, to appreciate the presence of our guest of honor, Mr. Wazir Mukhtar. Ladies and gentlemen, a huge round of applause. And finally, to our chief guest, Mr. Haris Omar. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause. Thank you very much, Father Principal. And Mr. Omar, if you could stay on stage to give away the last couple of awards to the winners of the inter-school competition. Ladies and gentlemen, the much awaited results of the inter-school competitions we had a competition online and we had a phase of physical competitions as well. Now to felicitate those who won the overall champions. We go with third place, the second runner-up. Ladies and gentlemen, the second runner-up or the third place of the inter-school competitions organized by the Islamic Students Movement of Trinity College, Kandy, goes to St. Anthony's College, Katugastota. Your second runner-up from St. Anthony's College, Katugastota. And coming in second place, the runner-up of the inter-school competitions. Ladies and gentlemen, in second place, we have Kingswood College, Kandy. Ladies and gentlemen, let's show some appreciation for their hard work. Kingswood College, Kandy. And now, to award the overall champions of the inter-school Islamic Day competitions. It was a tight competition, just separated by a couple of points, but in the end, the overall champions of the inter-school competitions. Ladies and gentlemen, a huge round of applause for Badiuddin Mahmood Girls, Kandy. Congratulations to the winners, Badiuddin Mahmood Girls College, Kandy, and to all the participants for taking part. We thank you wholeheartedly for taking part in our competitions. Thank you very much. And also, Jazakallah Khairan, Mr. Haris Omar, for giving away the awards. With that, we come to the last speech for the day. Many people to thank who helped to make this event what it was. For that, I would like to invite our Secretary of the Islamic Students Movement, Master Nadeem Sadat, to deliver the vote of thanks.
Assalamu alaikum. A warm and graceful evening to everyone gathered here. I deem it a great privilege to propose a vote of thanks and acknowledge the contribution of those who worked tirelessly to make today's event prosper. First and foremost, I would like to extend my most sincere thanks to Almighty God for making today's event a resounding success. With His blessings and poise, we were able to make this event what it was. On behalf of our society, I would extend my supreme gratitude to our chief guest, Mr. Haris Somar, and guest of honor, Mr. Wazir Mukhtar, who spared time from their busy schedules to unveil today's occasion. I am immensely thankful to our MIC, Mr. MJ Sufyan, for his efforts towards anchoring today. His own ideas and elegance of explanation, I must mention my deepest sense of appreciation. Moreover, I would also like to acknowledge all staff members of the ISM for the enormous cooperation towards this event. An event like this cannot happen overnight. The wheels started rolling weeks ago. It requires robust groundwork and a bird's eye for details. We have been fortunate enough to have been backed by a team of very proactive and resolute committee members. I'm short of words for their involvement and their willingness to take on challenges beyond their comfort zones. A special mention to our principal, Reverend Father Aralia Jayasundara, for being the catalyst that stimulated us to do our best. With a deep sense of appreciation, I thank our Vice Principal for providing us the foundation and essential necessities to organize an occasion of this grandeur. I am ever grateful for the constant and unwavering support of our co-vice principal, Mr. Ananda Marasinghe, and our chaplain, Father Shelton Samadhanam. I will be failing in my duties if I do not salute the sustained guidance we received from our preceding committee, led by President Shahid Khalil. Furthermore, I endorse my heartfelt thanks to those who work behind the scenes to make this celebration occur. Ultimately, I would like to thank each and every participant of both the inter and inner school competitions. Your days of hard work and resilience were evident in your acts. Thank you, one and all. Respike finem.
And with that, ladies and gentlemen, we come to the end of our annual general meeting. We would like to thank our chief guest and his wife for joining us today, and our guest of honor, Mr. Wazir Mukhtar, as well. And to end today's proceedings, I would like everyone to rise up for the college song, followed by the national anthem, an a cappella version of it. Jazakallah khairan everyone for joining us, and I'm your MC signing off. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.